could have an adverse outcome on your license.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Understanding all this, is your decision to proceed in the matter without counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses that will be testifying on your behalf?
No, ma'am.
You'll be testifying?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Walker, do you have any witnesses that will be testifying?
No, Your Honor.
If I could, I'll have the court reporter swear in the witness.
Please raise your hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We would request that B1 through B8 be admitted. And then on behalf of Ms. Page, we have P1 through P3.
Ms. Page, have you reviewed the board's exhibits B1 through B8?
They just handed to me.
Do you need a few minutes to look over those?
Please. I'm ready.
Any objections to those documents being introduced today?
No.
Okay. I will have those marked and entered into the record B1 through B8 without any objection. Mr. Walker, you reviewed the petitioner's exhibits P. The objection?
Excellent.
Okay. I'll have those entered and marked as P1 through P3. No objections. Since this is a restoration application, it's going to be a little bit different than the other disciplinary proceedings. The order of the proceeding will be, since it's your petition, your petitioner, you'll go first. Okay. So the way this will proceed is both sides can make opening statements and closing statements at the end. Openings and closing statements are persuasive. They're not evidence. So don't try to put in your evidence, all of that during that one proceeding. It's to give a summary or a recap. You can do an opening statement or you can waive those.
Oh.
Then we'll go with the proceeding of the questions. You'll go first. You'll put in your information, your petition. Board attorney can cross-examine you and question you.
Okay.
All right. So we'll go forward and I'll let you proceed if you want to make an open statement.
I just want to say good morning and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here today. And it says, I'm deeply grateful for the chance to stand before you and respectfully request restoration of my nursing license. I'm nervous, y'all. And it says, this moment represents more than just a step toward return to the profession I love. It reflects the years of growth, accountability, and personal transformation. I do not take this opportunity lightly, and I'm here with a heart fully aligned to service and renewed commitment to the ethical nursing. And I said, thank you again for considering my request and for believing in second chances.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Page is here. This is her petition. She has the burden. If she cannot meet that burden and the panel feels that the public's not protected, if she is again allowed to practice nursing, the panel should deny her petition. Ms. Page's license was suspended in December of 2019 because she entered into a plea agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office and pled guilty to mailing high-yield compound medication. Her license was subsequently revoked. Following that revocation, the Louisiana Board of Nursing suspended her license to practice in Louisiana as well. In considering her restoring her license and considering granting her petition to practice nursing, we ask this panel to consider how long it has been since she has practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since she lost her license, her compliance with all the restoration requirements, and any outstanding fines and penalties she may have. And lastly, and most importantly, if the public will be protected if her license is restored. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Page, you may proceed with your case.
So so when you say proceed, like tell what, basically I worked at a facility in Gulfport, Mississippi. I started there like in 2012, 13. During that time at Select Medical, I came in contact with the director, the medical director at that time, and the charge nurse at that time. When I came to the facility, the medical director, they said that the facility was going through the ground, and it was and he had brought it back up. Excellent doctor, great bedside manner. And the charge nurse at the time, she's around the same age as my mom. I was familiar with her because her son and I were around the same age, and we graduated from the local schools together. We began to carpool together, her and I. She took me under her wing just like a aunt, mom, just not, she had been a registered nurse for a while because I was new to there. I wasn't new a nurse. I became a nurse in 2018 when I graduated. I graduated from Jones, JCJC in 2008. And I got my bachelor's from William Carey in 2012. And so I was working there, and sometime after that, and the director, he was also working at Gulfport Memorial, right beside Select Medical at the time. And so he would go back and forth, but he had turned the whole facility around. So at some point, he decided that he wanted to venture off and start his own practice. Nothing alarming about that. A lot of doctors get their experience and they want their own private practice. And so that's what he did. But he and the charge nurse at the time, they had developed a relationship, and then all of the nurses loved him because they got to work. They went from not being able to work at all, getting canceled because a lot of them had been there for a long time. Even after Katrina, they moved it because the original place had got blown away with Katrina. They moved there, and so they loved him, and so they started. When he opened his clinic, they also started going to see him for different services and stuff. So very trustworthy, not just some random person, and her as well. And not saying because, church going lady, not saying because she was a church going lady, but when you look at people, that are involved in the community, involved in the church, you look at them and they have a different moral compass, or more, they have to a higher standard. So at some point he was to open his practice, he wanted new patients. And so a lot of them went over there. He was offering medical service. Even the pharmacist at the time was going over there. And they had became his primary doctor. So at some point he decided that he was going to offer weight loss management. And so she was like, do you she was asking any of them for, like referrals or whatever like that. Do you know anybody that would like weight loss management? If they have insurance, it can be billed to their insurance, and instead of having to pay all that money, So I was like, well, sure, I know a lot of people that, want to lose weight and stuff like that. So she was like, well, he pays for referral, he'll pay you for the referrals or whatever like that. But that I was still working at Slick. So eventually she left and went to work for him primarily, and him and another nurse that worked at Select. So I did refer people in that during that time. My daddy, which still is a bad non-compliant with his high blood pressure, he also just became my dad's primary physician. And he started with the telemed, and he said, I can manage him and make sure that he gets his medicine. I said, okay, but the medicine, he said, now it would be mailed to him. So you don't have to ever worry about him not getting his medicine, making sure he gets to the pharmacy, and so on and so forth. I said, great. So I referred some people to him, unbeknownst to me. When I did refer the people to him, and that was my fault without getting all of the backstory, because I just knew I had been working with him for like 2 years, and nothing never warranted me to think anything different. So time passed and people started to complain of my mom. Also, she was having problems with arthritis, so I had referred her to him. So my mom calls me one day and she's like, Fountain, I'm receiving this medicine. I keep receiving this medicine in the mail. And I said, receiving this medicine in the mail? So he had instructed me not to contact him to any referrals to be made directly through through the nurse. I said, that's fine. So I called her and I said, my mom says she keeps receiving this medicine in the mail. What's going on? And she was like, oh, I'll check on it, kind of brushed me off. So, like I said, we weren't just coworkers, we were more like friends and family. So my son had a birthday party. She attended the birthday party. So my mama asked her, she said, did you ever ask her about the medicine? I said, I did. And she said, she asked her herself, she said, they found tell you about received the medicine. Well, the backstory behind the medicine was the pain cream that I had no clue that they were sending the pain cream. That's how they were making their money. It was they were charging over billing people with for the pain medicine. I mean, not it wasn't pain medicine for pain cream. So I asked her, a couple more people complained. I said, well, I told her, I said, ask them to stop because it's on auto refill. I was like, I didn't even know you could do that. Auto refill medicine without prior authorization. And so I she was like, well, that's just how he does it or whatever. Something like she said she brushed me off. So um but the backstory behind that was the reason why she didn't want the medicine to be stopped was because him and her had entered into some kind of deal with them in the pharmacy. That's what we found out later in court, that for every person that was billed, she was receiving a large sum of money. And we didn't find that out till later, much later. So another person I worked with at Select, she had made me, she said the insurance company called her and she was telling me about it. So what they had said about her overcharge. So I called her, I'm green. I'm like, did you know that he was overcharging these people insurance? And she was like, yeah, that's what it costs. I said, so you knew the whole time that this is what he was doing. And from that day forward, I never spoke to her. That was in 2014. It wasn't until 2019 when they come back, you know, with picking it up, and I guess he didn't pay the money back or for whatever he had overbilled them for. But once I knew, once I found out, once that girl told me that, I never spoke to her ever again because I didn't know, I never, they, you know, she worked for him. It was never my primary job. I had two other jobs. It was no vested interest in it for me. So that's why I don't owe any fines. I don't have any restitution. And I submitted the documents from the court showing that I never had any restitution. I never had any fines because they found in their investigation that I never conspired with them. That's why they had originally tried to charge me with a healthcare conspiracy charge, and it was later dropped because they found out the USA got up in court and told them that that they found in their investigation that I never conspired with them because they were asking me questions about things that I could not tell them. I did not know. I was very transparent with them, and to clarify, I never put anything in the mail, but I got a mail fraud charge because they said that I knew of at least one person that received it in the mail, but I never that's I you know, and I take full accountability for my role in referring. I'll never try to downplay that, but nobody can ever beat me up more than I beat myself up because I came from a two-parent home with mom and dad. My mom is my biggest support, and it ultimately affected her and her insurance. She's a part of the reason why I even finished nursing school because I had my son in the middle of nursing school and she took responsibility for him until I graduated because I wanted to graduate with my class because it meant that much to me. And I never would have put my mom and dad on harm's way because they were part of my biggest support and my community. I did not let my parents down. I let my community down. But I never, and once I, you know, and then of course you find out everything, you know, after the fact. And I learned a lot from that experience, you know, to be more mindful, more cautious and do this. And everybody that you feel like, that, you know, think mean you some good and has much to lose you, that might not always be their intent, especially when money's involved. And, Um, and like I said, it's been since 2014. Since that time, I put in a lot of work, made a lot of sacrifices. I'm a single parent with 3 children. My sons, I had to, pick myself back up and show them that, it's not how you fall, but it's how you get up. I graduated from USM May 8th with my master's in education. I went before the board of the Mississippi Department of Education before the board in on December 6, 2023. They granted me my teacher's license. I have my updated license with my endorsements where I'm licensed to teach general ed K through 6 and special education K through 12. I was admitted to the master's program at William Carey this summer. I graduated with a 4.0. I'm a AmeriCorps member. I teach at an underserved Title I school with underserved youth. I submitted that and I have my AmeriCorps. I volunteered 1,200 hours with AmeriCorps. I received a AmeriCorps Siegel Award for education, for me to further my education. In the fall, I'll be admitted for the emotional behavior disorder specialist to continue with my master's. I volunteer after school tutor. I work at Rowan Elementary, where I taught last year, 4th grade, math and science and inclusion, which is inclusion now, but it used to be called special education. But they keep them in the classroom now. So I taught there last year and they offered me a contract this year. And I have, it's like, I really put in the work. And I know once trust is lost, I've learned that it has to be earned back. And I've put in the work to earn it back.
Anything further?
I guess I think that's pretty much.
And I'll let the board attorney, if he has any questions for you.
Yes, ma'am, just a few. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Page, I know you said your educational background a little bit, but I kind of got lost and I'm sorry.
That's
But
fine.
I'm not trying to make you repeat it, but I think I got that you went to William Carey, is that right?
I graduated from, I'm old, by the way. I'm 42 with a 1-year-old this Saturday and an 18-year-old that a 17-year-old, soon to be 18-year-old that graduated May 22nd. And that's another thing that I'm proud of. It took him down. We went into senior year with him needing 10th, 11th, and 12th grade English. I'm proud to say he walked across that stage. I graduated in 2001 from West Jones. I went to Jones 2001 to 2003. And then I went back and got my nursing license. Went to nursing school 2006, graduated in 2008. I graduated from William Carey in 2012 with my bachelor's, with my BSN. In May 2025, I graduated with my MAT, Master's in Art of Teaching or Master's in Education, with an endorsement, with an emphasis in general ed K through 6 and inclusion K through 12. I'm licensed to teach mild and moderate disabilities.
So you were originally licensed, you got your you were originally licensed in 2008 and went back and got your BSN in 2012.
Correct.
And can you tell us where you're currently working? I know you said you taught some, I think your resume.
I currently work at Rowan Elementary in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Okay, how long have you been there?
I've been there since what year is this? Since 2024. I did a Mississippi teacher residency through the Mississippi Department of Education and AmeriCorps.
Can you tell us a little bit about, and you touched on this a while ago, where you worked as a nurse, your work history as a nurse?
When I originally became a nurse, I took boards, but I spent most of my earlier years, I started at Ochsner in 2008, in Ochsner on the West Bank. And I I had my oldest son, he was young then, so I worked down there and my mom helped me because they had a better schedule. I worked 6 on and 8 off, and then eventually I came back to Wesley Medical Center, which is now Merit Health in Hattiesburg, and I spent a vast majority of my time there in the float pool for at least 5, 6 years. And then I have done some travel. I did go back, worked at Turo. I did a year of travel through Houma, in Houma, Louisiana at Terrebonne General. And I I worked mainly in the float pool, bedside nursing. And then I spent several years out, but I worked PRN. I've never worked PRN at Select Medical in Gulfport.
And were you at Select when this all happened?
I was at Select when all this happened.
So were you working for, I know you said,
I never worked for him directly. I worked with him. He was the medical director at Select. She later left and went to work with him directly at his clinic. I never left because it wasn't, it wasn't my primary job. I worked 2 jobs. I worked as sitting, and then I worked PRN at Select Medical.
okay, so when all that happened, you were just kind of doing that on the side, I guess?
Right, yeah, it wasn't nothing, like if I knew somebody that, wanted weight loss manager, or I needed a, for whatever reason, I just would refer them to her. So it was never my primary job. My primary job was always Select Medical, and then I worked sitting for a patient in Hattiesburg with a little boy that had got hit by a motor vehicle on a bike. So I sat with him because he had a trach. So it required an RN.
Okay. And so you worked, and just looking at your work history, it says, I believe you worked, and it's on page 33 that we have in here, because your license was suspended in Mississippi in 19.
My license, they didn't suspend my license in 19. I worked to the earlier part of COVID, and then I contracted COVID. I worked at Turo in 20.
What's the page 14? The order suspending your license.
But they contacted me at Turo one day. I had worked up until 20, March or April of 20 at Turo, because I was working on the floor when I contracted COVID.
Okay, but do you see on page 14 where it says that's an order suspending your license for Mississippi?
I see that order,
And you see,
but I was never notified. I wasn't notified until, I guess, I was working in Louisiana at the time at Turo. And they called me one day and said that they had got, I guess, notification from the board that my license had been suspended. But this is my first time even ever seeing this order, and that's being completely transparent.
but it does say 2019,
It
correct?
does say 2019.
And then on the following pages is the order that will revoke your license, correct?
Correct,
Mississippi license.
correct.
But so I guess what my question is, because you also had a Louisiana license, I believe. Is
I
that
do,
right?
and my Louisiana license was only suspended as a result. It states it's only as a result of this case in Mississippi. I've never, and let me make this clear, I've never ever been in trouble a day in my life other than if you speeding. Now, if you want to get me for speeding, and I've never been in trouble before then or since that time. And I never had any other issues, nothing with my Louisiana license. The only reason why my license is suspended in Louisiana is a direct result of this.
I guess that's kind of where I'm going is, were you working on your Louisiana license? Because according to this,
I was working on my Louisiana license. I was not working in Mississippi at all.
Gotcha. The court reporter's taking everything down.
I'm sorry.
No,
So
you're good.
let him finish and then
Yes, ma'am. And he'll do the same.
Judy.
so I know that's kind of, that was my point. I wanted to kind of clarify for the record that even though your license was suspended, you were working on your Louisiana license.
That is correct.
So when you left, you ended up doing substitute teaching, is that right?
I did.
I believe you said, what all did you teach? Is that with the K-6 to K-12 stuff?
Yes, I'm on the license to teach K-6, K through sixth grade general ed, but I can teach K through 12 special education.
And then also, I saw.
And I have that license if you,
Also, you're a Spark driver too?
I am,
Still doing that also?
I do,
So you're doing that and teaching.
I do.
And congratulations on your master's, but are you wanting to teach? Is that, since you went back, what are you wanting to do?
What I want to do is I had started my master's in nursing in 2012. But I stopped in the middle of it. My ultimate goal is that I want to teach nursing at the collegiate level. I love education, but I do miss the bedside. Because that's all I've ever done. I enjoy the kids. I do. Especially working Title I school is very humbling. Very humbling. But my ultimate goal is to teach at the collegiate level. I would love to teach nursing school. I but I also like to, because nursing has been always been my first love, and that's just not saying it cliche. That's what I ultimately want to do.
So that's why you went back and that's why you're trying to get your nursing license back.
Yes, and yes, because that's what I've always wanted to do in the end, because I like bedside nursing, but after so long, I know my knees aren't gonna like bedside nursing.
Let's go back to when you said the whole incident that led to you losing your license.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to make you repeat anything. I don't think I fully understand. So you said you started working at, if I understood it correctly, at the Select in 2012. Is that right?
That is correct.
So when or about when did this the medical director go out and do his own clinic?
It had to be around the summer of 2014.
About 2 years later.
Right.
And when did you how do I put this? You said you started referring patients.
Right.
About when did that start?
It was for a brief period of time. It had to be like sometime around August. It was around the time of my oldest son's, his birthday is in August, and that's why I can remember, because at his birthday party, that's when my mom approached her to mention about her receiving the excessive amount of medication in the mail.
So I guess when did you start referring to people?
August. It had to be August of 2014.
Okay. So when you say referring, what does that mean? Can you kind of elaborate on that?
Referring mean like literally referring, like if you were to go to a car dealership and you bought a car from somebody, you'd be like, hey, refer this person. So like if they were looking for weight loss or another a primary care doctor, like that's what he became my dad's primary care doctor. He became my mom's primary care doctor, but he also offered weight loss. So he had already, like I said, my fellow nurses and stuff, they were already going to him too, because he offered like cosmetic, he was procedures that he would do, and some of the nurses that I worked with, they were going over there to him. And so when that particular nurse and the other nurse was still working there, when we found out later, that's what he had approached her to do, to find patients for him for his clinic. And she started there at Select with those nurses, and then like when I say refer, like, hey, he's doing weight loss management.
So you were just people you'd run into, you would refer for weight loss or just anything?
Weight loss, but he was seeing my dad for, because I was talking to him about his non-compliance with his blood pressure and stuff and what we could do. And that's when he offered his services.
Did you ever get paid for any referrals?
That was the other thing. No, that's why I don't have any restitution. Even when I came to court, they was like, why are you here? And I'm like, I don't know. They was like, because most people that are involved in this is for monetary gain, He made millions and she made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of it, him and another doctor. And so when she said she was gonna pay me for the referrals, when it came the time for it, it was always an excuse. So that was like, but it was like, it wasn't nothing, no astronomical amount of money. I wasn't promised any trips or cars or anything. It was like $100. If you send me somebody and they start weight loss, you get $100 referral. But that never came to fruition. So, cause I knew I had that much sense to know if you can offer me $5,000, $10,000, then what are you really doing? It was never nothing like that.
So they offered you money to refer people, but you
They,
never got any money?
no, I never got any money.
So I guess why'd you keep doing it?
I didn't. It was only for a short period of time. After a few weeks, I was done with it. And then even when the lady approached me at work, I wasn't, I was not even dealing with, she was just talking to me. I was back there charting and she was saying, she was telling me about it and I didn't know anything. And I immediately called the lady and I'm like, the nurse, and I'm like, did you know that this is what he was doing to people? And she was like, that's how much it costs. So I'm like, so you knew the whole time. So no, I didn't keep on with it. And even the agent made reference to it to me when he asked with me and my attorney. He said, I'm gonna ask Fallon some questions, but I'm sure that she probably doesn't know the answer because I wasn't associated, because they did keep going on into the next year with several different things, but I disassociated myself.
Um, do you think maybe you should have handled that situation a little bit differently?
Oh, I think I should have handled it a whole lot differently. I'm sitting here with a whole lot more clarity. Like I said, I'm very much more mindful. I'm very much more intentional and cautious with people just in general. And I don't mind, I'm not afraid to ask questions or to be leery, and to do my due diligence, especially, not just on a professional level, just on a personal level, period, because I wouldn't want nobody to do me like that, because I felt like she mistook my trust as well and then in vicariously. And like I said, yes, but I hold myself accountable because only person is accountable for me is me.
You pled guilty to, I believe I said it earlier, the mail fraud or mailing compounded drugs. What was your plea? What were you sentenced to?
I was sentenced to 18 months and 3 years probation.
Are you done with probation?
Oh, I've been done with probation for several years. It's in that packet as well.
Um,
I finished probation early.
and I see, and we kind of touched on this earlier. Your statements on 152, and we talked about your nursing license. You said you didn't know that it was suspended in Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
Correct. You missed your hearing because you didn't receive notice of that?
I didn't. It was during COVID, and also I had contracted COVID. That's why I was still working. I was working at Turo, and the infectious disease contacted me. It was early on in COVID, and they notified me that I may have came in contact with a patient that had been admitted for something else. But in the course of their admission, they found that they were positive for COVID. So they said I wouldn't have been wearing PPE at no fault of my own. And then later on, but I didn't have any symptoms. So later on, they moved me to work on the COVID floor. And during my time working on the COVID floor, infectious disease contacted me again. But that day, I was symptomatic and I went down. I lost like 30 pounds. I was deathly sick, but I can't during that time.
Well, so I guess what my question is really is that order it's sent to the address.
43 Andy Knight Road.
Yeah, was that your address?
That is my primary address. That's my mother's address. And I asked her about it about the order, and she said she never, my mama is very OCD. She takes a picture of everything. She opens all my mail, takes a picture of it, and sends it to me to this day.
So you're saying you just didn't have any notice?
I didn't have any notice. I've had the same, I didn't change, I just recently changed my phone number. I had the same email for the last 20 years, and always used that address, and I never, ever received that notice. And I don't know if it was because it was during COVID, during that time when people with no contact, but if my mom would have received it, I would have got it, and I would have got a picture of it.
I guess my concern in reading your statement, and this is why I'm asking this, is you talked about COVID and lack of communication, and all this, but I didn't see where you took really any accountability for it.
I did, I'm
So,
sorry.
no, but I guess that's based on your statement here. Do you think that that's your license, it's your responsibility and your job to make sure that you have your license?
Oh,
That is correct.
definitely. Yeah, definitely.
And you said you only found out because Louisiana told you at that time. So I guess my question is, to me, it brought forth the question of accountability in reading your statement. Do you
Well-
take accountability for everything?
Oh, I definitely take accountability. When the issue initially arose, I was contacted by the Mississippi Board of Nursing through my email, and they asked me to come the first time. So first time I came and I met with the investigator, and I was here. I called, I made arrangements to be here. And at that time, they did not suspend or, do anything with my license. I was allowed to continue practicing. So it's never been an issue. I don't take anything, when it comes to my license or anything lightly. And I understand what you're saying. It's my due diligence to make sure that, and especially with communication. And like I said, since that time, I'm even better with communication. I stay on top of everything.
So why should the panel grant your petition today?
Because like I said, nursing is it's not just on me. It's just not something I did. It's a calling. For me, it has to be in you. It has to be something that you love to do, and it's something that, and every day that I've been away from it, I've missed it, and that's why I put in the work to work so hard to get here today. And I don't take anything, even just this opportunity, like. And I think God put it into me to serve, and even through those kids, even with the Mississippi Department of Education giving me an opportunity to serve, I knew that that's where God wanted me to be. And given the opportunity to return, I, I feel like my story can help somebody else not to go down the road that I went down. And I feel like I got it more left in me to serve, to touch more lives.
You said, and this, the last question I have really is, you said you completed your probation,
Early.
several years ago. Do you remember when?
It was 23.
And you don't have any outstanding fines or anything related with that?
No, I don't, and it's in that binder as well. My release from probation, I also have a letter of recommendation from my probation officer stating that I finished early and I did well. And I also have the order from the that I never had any fines, and it's also in there as well. The document showing that I never had any restitution, never had any fines or anything. It's in there as well.
Thank you. I have no further questions, John.
At this time, I'll let the hearing panel ask questions if they have any.
Good morning. And just to say this, I did AmeriCorps too and did the same thing you did. That was a very trying
It is.
job.
It is.
Innovative, but it put me through nursing school. So there's that.
Yes.
With that being said, based on the situation you found yourself in, were you ever placed on that OIG list?
I'm not. Oh, I had received an initial notice from OIG when it happened, and I'm aware of the exclusion list in the
If you're on that exclusion list, I'm not.
100% sure if I'm on that exclusion list. But I did receive an initial notice from them that they were made aware that I have, and I did my due diligence of, doing because I never knew what, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't until I got that notice. But from that point on, I knew what that entailed. If I'm on that list, that's where that places be, you know what I'm saying? And what I would have to do if I'm on that list. The time frame, and if I wanted to apply for early exclusion, I've done the due diligence, and that's in this notebook as well. So I'm very much aware of the work, and I'm on their time, at their discretion of the time frame. But just like with AmeriCorps, that was another reason why, when the Department of Education got defunded, the program of AmeriCorps, it got defunded as well, April 25th, 2025. So
So the next question I have, where do you want to go to work?
where do I want to go to work? I want to, well, I live in Laurel, South Central is there, that's home. Wesley is home. A lot of my former colleagues, they was like, it's time for you to come, for you to come back. And a lot of my classmates, is home. And, I want to go back to the bedside until I finish. If, granted, I would love to go back to the bedside until, I'm able to complete my master's in nursing. Jones was like, if you ever, get, cause I only need 18 hours and I think I have 12 of them in order to be able to teach at the collegiate, at the JUCO level. So they was like, that's always an option for me at Jones that was extended to me as well. But I'm a people person and I love old people. And so it doesn't bother me to be on the floors. I always thought I wanted to do trauma, but I ended up in cardiac and telemetry. So that's kind of where my heart, and I love flow pool. So I can do a little bit. I don't know everything, but I can do a little bit of it. You can put me out there and I can swim, I can hold my own. So
And the last question I have for you is this, I can see that you've been educating yourself the last several years and you've shown us what you've done, not just as far as your education, but your nursing as well. However, it has been 5 years.
Yes.
since you held the license.
yes, and I've done the CEUs and stuff, and I'm aware, not to cut you off, I'm sorry. I'm aware of the refresher courses, and I'm very much open. I'm on this education thing, and I have no problem. I've done some shadowing. It's in there as well at clinics or whatever. Of course, I can't, practice, but to keep up. And my best friend's a nurse practitioner, and then I had my grandmama had a mitral valve replacement. So I was the one that took care of her. I lost my grandpa in 24. I was the one that did CPR on him. So, and I've kept up my ACLS, my BLS, and my PALS. But I do know, I'm aware, I looked on the board and I'm aware that there are refresher courses. And in the extent of time, I'm very open and willing. It's never an issue if that's a requirement. As you can tell, I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
Hey, that's all I have.
Any other questions from the hearing panel? Any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any other witnesses or any other testimony?
No, ma'am.
Do you rest then?
Yes.
Does the board have any witnesses or testimony?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so at this time, did you have any additional documentation to produce?
No, and now unless y'all, like I said, I have my license, my updated, because y'all have my license, but they updated my license.
Got your
And
application and all that was admitted. You were just talking, and I want to make sure.
yes.
that we had a complete
it's-
record.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, then we will close that portion of it, and you can make a closing statement if you'd like to. Just kind of summarize. Again, this is not your evidence or testimony. This is just kind of a summary to the board.
Okay.
And it's totally up to you. You don't have to do one if you don't want to.
Okay. Losing my nursing license was more than a professional consequence. It was a personal reckoning. While I never acted with intention to harm, I now understand the ethical responsibility that requires more than good intention. It requires consistent action, accountability, and unwavering commitment to integrity. I accept full responsibility for my past decisions and for how they impacted my career, my family, and the trust placed in me by the community. Since that time, I've taken every step possible to rebuild what I lost, not only externally, but internally. In 2023, I completed my probation early and took deliberate steps towards rebuilding my character and professional standing. On December 6, 2023, I stood before the Mississippi Department of Education and was granted my teacher's license. That moment reaffirmed my belief that change is possible, and with that with humility, hard work, and integrity, one can earn back trust. Despite my past, they believed. In February 24, I lost my grandfather, one of my greatest supports. He always believed I would return to nursing because he saw my heart to serve and remind me often that I still had more lives to touch. I carry his belief with me every day, and honoring his final wish is part of the reason I'm here today. In May of 25, I graduated with my Master's in Education in General Ed K through 6 and Inclusion K through 12 from the University of Southern Mississippi, earning a 4.0 GPA. As a participant in the Mississippi Teacher Residency Program, I taught fourth grade math and science and special education at Rowan Elementary. At Southern Mississippi, I earned a 4.0 GPA. As a participant in the Mississippi Teacher Residency Program, I taught fourth grade math, science, and special education at Rowan Elementary, a Title I school serving students from underserved communities. These students reminded me of myself, resilient, full of potential, and simply needing someone to show up for them. Every single day, I did. I'm reminded of Proverbs 18:16. A man gives, makes room for him, and brings him before great men. Receiving my teaching license and stepping into the classroom showed me my gift. My calling is to serve. And though I stepped away from the bedside nursing, the desire to care for others never left me. Although I love teaching, nursing will always be my first love. As I remained engaged with healthcare, maintaining my BLS, ACLS, and PAL certifications, completing CUs in med-surg, critical care, telemetry, and ethics, and job shadowing at Southern Medical Care. These efforts were not just about staying up to date. They were about staying grounded in the calling I never let go of. I've continued serving my community through AmeriCorps, through the Boys and Girls Club of Hattiesburg, and Greater Works Ministry, where I support youth and families. But the most meaningful role I carry is being a mother of 3 incredible boys. They've seen their mother fall and rise again with faith and determination. My oldest son graduated from high school May 22nd, 25, a moment we both thought impossible. He tells me often that my perseverance gave him the strength to keep going. I want to show my sons that mistakes do not define you. How you grow from them does. I want to show them that what strength looks like, what accountability looks like, what redemption looks like, and most of all, what perseverance looks like. And I said, that reminds me of my favorite verse, Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for you to prosper and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. This journey was not been easy, but it was been necessary. And I'm not the same woman I was. I'm stronger, wiser, and ready to return with purpose and clarity. If granted my reinstatement, I plan to re-enter the nursing field with a heart fully aligned to service and a renewed sense of ethical responsibility. I want to work in the school and back at the bedside and supporting youth and families who need not just care, but connection and compassion. And this is learned term. As I stated before, my goal is to teach at the collegiate level, sharing my story, my skills, and my renewed understanding of what it means to be a nurse of integrity. I want to help guide the next generation of nurses to not only do good work, but to become good people.
Ms. Page. Mr. Walker, closing statement.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I just want to remind the panel that this is her petition. She has the burden. And in considering granting her license back, just consider the following. How long it's been since she practiced nursing, I believe about 5 years is what was stated. The circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, compliance with all the restoration requirements. And lastly, if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
That will conclude the hearing on this matter, and at this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine whether executive session is needed.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session to conduct deliberations by the board hearing panel on the matter that may be issued an appealable order pursuant to 2541(7) 4D.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in executive session.
Yeah, but like,
Okay, we're back on the record. It is 9:39 a.m. And I'm going to announce the hearing panel's determination. In the matter of case number 2025-0212, Fallon Page, license number R882370, application for license restoration. The board hearing panel unanimously ordered that the license petition be granted, that the license be restored, that the petitioner be allowed to obtain an unrestricted license after petitioner has met the following stipulations within 180 calendar days from the date of the order. Workshop in legal aspects of nursing and a board-approved refresher course. You'll need to meet with the compliance officer for details. A formal order will be issued within 45 days of today's date. But if you have any questions, you can contact the board. That's the matter.
This page.
180.
Yes.
See down with the next matter on the agenda. Today's date is June 5th, 2025. The time is 9:41 a.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Richland, Mississippi. The next matter called to the docket will be case number 2023-0314 in the matter of Mississippi license number R856143 issued to Stephen Hunt. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm a Special Assistant Attorney General. By statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceeding, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative proceeding and is not a court of law, so the hearing panel is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil proceeding as you would see in a court of law. I may, however, use both as a guide when ruling on objections. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board panel for the case to introduce themselves for the record. I'll note that Ms. Nancy Norris Johnson is not present, and she was the alternate to this matter. So the hearing panel, would you introduce yourself?
Beverly Oliver, Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
And I'll ask the attorney for the board to introduce themselves.
Brandon Walker.
All right, the licensee present.
Stephen Hunt.
Mr. Hunt, you're here by yourself. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Okay. And I'll ask you some questions since you don't have an attorney. So you understand you have a right to have an attorney with you today?
Yes.
You understand you have a right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes.
You understand you have a right to introduce documents or evidence at the hearing today?
Yes.
You understand you have a right to cross-examine or question witnesses?
Yes.
You understand that you had the right to have the board issue subpoenas to compel witnesses to appear or to present documents on your behalf?
Yes.
You understand due to the severity of the charges pending against your license, the outcome of today's hearing could adversely impact that license?
Yes.
Understanding all of this is your wish to proceed without an attorney?
Yes.
Mr. Hunt, do you have any witnesses that's going to testify? Will you be offering testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Walker, do you have any witnesses to testify?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Dwayne Jameson.
I'll ask the court reporter to swear in all witnesses at this time.
Only swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right. And Ms. Trent, I saw you were here earlier, so you're aware the court reporter's taking everything we say down. So when being questions, allow the person questioning you to complete the question before you answer, and they'll do likewise. And please be sure to articulate any answer instead of shaking your head or going, nah. It'll make the court reporter's life a lot easier.
I got you.
Thank you. And from time to time, if I have to remind you, it's just a reminder and it's not getting on to you. All right, any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we have B1 through B18. We would request be admitted into evidence.
All right. Mr. Hunt, have you reviewed those documents?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to those documents being introduced on the board's behalf? No objection. Okay, I'll have those introduced into the record as marked B1 through B18, no objections. Do you have any documents you'd like to produce?
No, ma'am.
Any other issues?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, since this is a disciplinary matter, the order of this proceeding is going to be the board will put on their case in chief first. They will call any witnesses to testify. You may cross-examine that witness that testifies, and they may rebut that. Once the board's case in chief rests, then you may put on any testimony you wish to put on through yourself or any witnesses you have. The board attorney will cross-examine you, and then the board hearing panel can also question any witnesses. We can have opening statements and closing statements. Those both are persuasive. They're not evidence. So don't try to put your entire case in during your opening statement. They're usually just a summary or a conclusion. At this time, I'll ask the board member, Mr. Hunt, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. I'll ask the board, you want to put on an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Mr. Hunt is before you today because he practiced out of scope for an RN on 2 separate occasions. At least 2 separate occasions. You will see today that Mr. Hunt wrote an order for Dilaudid without authorization from a provider. You will see in the evidence today that in February of 2023, he was suspended without pay after doing this. And then in April of 2023, the next month, he did the same thing. This is clearly out of scope for an RN. You will see in the evidence presented today that Mr. Hunt is guilty of all the charges in the complaint. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunt, do you have an opening statement?
I mean, be honest with you, I'm here just to, I did it. I admit I did it. I wrote the orders and take responsibility for it. I'm not trying to argue back and forth or anything like that. I admitted to it when I first came to the board, the investigator and everything like that too.
All right, I'll let the board begin their case.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Mr. Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, for the record, will you just state your name and your current place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the board?
since March of 1991.
And can you tell us what your position here is at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
So you're familiar with the investigative process here at the board?
Yes,
Let's start with page 5. Will you identify that for the record, please?
page 5 is license verification for Stephen Torrey Hunt, a registered nurse,
Can you tell us when he was first licensed?
June 26, 1997.
All right, thank you. Look next to, I believe it's page 13. Yeah, it's 13. Can you tell us what that document is?
Page 13 is a copy of the complaint.
And can you tell us what the charges are in that complaint?
Okay, I'll start with charge 1. This charge is that the respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board, namely practicing nursing beyond the authorized scope of the license or directing others to practice beyond the authorized scope. Charge 2 indicates that the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. Charge 3, that the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct, namely impersonating another licensed practitioner. Charge 4, respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct, Namely passing or attempting to pass a forged prescription. And then charge 5, that the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice.
All right, thank you. Are there any facts in the complaint that support those charges?
Yes, there are.
Could you just kind of summarize those, if you would?
Sure. The specifics indicate that on or about February 7th, 2023, that the respondent wrote an order without authorization for Dilaudid 2 milligram for patient JL while working at Merit Health Central. It also goes on to say that the order was written under Dr. Nunez, and in a written statement, Dr. Nunez acknowledged that he did not authorize the prescription. Then again, on April the 11th, 2023, the respondent wrote another order without authorization for Dilaudid 2 milligram for a different patient, MB. And this was under the name of Dr. Barrow. Dr. Barrow also confirmed that he did not authorize the order.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with page 16. This is for the record.
Page 16 is a suspected diversion preliminary report from the facility.
Okay, this report talks about a prescription that was allegedly wrote by Dr. Nunez. Can you tell us what it says about that prescription?
Basically, it states that there was a handwritten handwritten order for Dilaudid 2 milligram, and it was ordered under Dr. Nunez's name. Dr. Nunez denied that he gave that verbal order and was not pleased. This report also goes on to say that the nurse admitted to writing the prescription without notifying the doctor.
Okay. And so according to this, he wrote an order without authorization and then didn't deny it either. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that within the scope of an RN to write an order?
No.
Okay. On this report, can you tell us what happened on April 10th with Dr. Barrow?
Yes, on April 10th, 2023, the report indicates that the respondent wrote another prescription for Dilaudid for a patient, and this would involve a Dr. Barrow. And Dr. Barrow denied any knowledge of this order for this particular patient.
Okay, so that's pretty similar instance that happened in February. Is that correct?
Yes,
So that's 2 instances.
that's correct.
On page 18 and 19, can you tell us what those 2 documents are for the record?
Page 18 and 19 appear to be time cards for Stephen T. Hunt.
Okay, and what do they show?
And on February 7th, 2023, it shows him coming in at 6:43 PM and clocking out at 6:51 AM.
Okay.
And on April 10th, 2023, it shows him clocking in at 6:41 PM and clocking out at 6:38 AM.
So is that the 2 days that this allegedly happened?
Yes,
So this proves that he was in fact on duty. Is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
Look at page 20 for me, please. Can you identify what that is on page 20?
Yes, page 20 is a physician's order.
What's it for?
Dilaudid 2 milligram.
Can you tell us what the date is on that?
The date on this one is 2/7/23.
What name is on there?
Oh,
The physician, is there a physician?
there's a Dr. Nunez.
Okay, so this is the order that was referenced in that version report you looked at earlier?
That's correct, involving patient JL.
Okay. And on the next page, page 21, can you tell us what that is?
Page 21 is the medication administration record.
And what patient's that for?
This is for patient JL.
So the same one that order was for?
That's correct.
And what, can you tell us what it shows on that MAR for the patient jail?
It does shows that there's an order here for hydromorphone, Dilaudid, for the particular, again, for patient JL.
Okay, so does it show that it was administered? Is that what we're looking at?
Yes,
Okay, so at the very least, we have the order that he wrote was at least documented as being given, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Look over next to page 23. You identify what that is.
Yes, this is a second physician order, but this one is for patient MB.
And what's the date on that order?
The date on this order is for 4/10. And the year is hard to read, but April 10th.
Okay. And what's the medication on that order?
Dilaudid 2 mg.
And what physician's name is on there?
Dr. Barrow.
Okay, so this is the other order that was noted in that report. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And was this order in the scope of this investigation, did you see that this order was also administered to the patient?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that on page 24? Does this show this administration?
Yes.
All right, next thing we'll look at is on page 28. You identify that for the record?
Page 28 is an employee counseling disciplinary action notice.
And who's named on that disciplinary action notice?
Stephen Torrey Hunt.
So can you tell us what the date is on that?
It's dated 2/28/23.
And according to this, why did he receive that counseling?
Because he wrote an order for Dilaudid 2 mg for a patient without speaking with a physician.
And based on this, what would the facility do to Mr. Hunt because of that?
This was a final written warning, and it also indicated disciplinary suspension without pay.
Okay, so he was suspended without pay based on his actions, correct?
That's correct.
And on the next page, on page 29, can you tell us what that is as well?
Okay, this is another employee counseling disciplinary action notice. This one is dated 4/11/2023 for the same employee, Stephen Torrey Hunt.
And why did he get this counseling notice?
Because he wrote an order for pain medication, 2 mg, without speaking with the physician to obtain the order.
So the same thing that the previous one was for.
Yes,
And you said they suspended him without pay as well on this one, is that correct?
on this one, yes, there was an investigative suspension without pay.
Okay. Turn over to page 35 for me, Mr. Jameson. Can you identify this for the record?
Okay, page 35 is an acknowledgement from Dr. Abdul Barrow, acknowledging that he did not authorize a verbal order for patient MB for the hydromorphone on April 10th, 2023.
And is that the same order we looked at earlier and the same order that he received counseling for?
Yes,
And did Dr. Barrow, is there at least a semblance of a signature on that page?
is it?
Yeah, is it like there's a signature on that page for Dr. Barrow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And on page 36, can you tell us what that is?
Okay, page 36 is an acknowledgement from a Dr. Gregory Nunez, certifying that he did not authorize a verbal order for patient JL for the hydromorphone 2 mg on 2/7/2023.
Okay, so this was the other order that was wrote, correct?
That is correct.
And so in both of those statements, who was named as the nurse that gave that unauthorized order?
Okay, it was Stephen.
Okay. Next thing up, you would just look at page 38. They're one of the last things we'll look at. Can you tell us what this is for the record?
Okay, page 38 is a handwritten statement by Stephen Torrey Hunt made in the presence of one of our former investigators, so Sheena Jones.
And can you tell us what he admits to or what he says in his statement?
Yes, and this statement is actually dated May 11th, 2023. And in this statement, Mr. Hunt acknowledges that he admits that he did with the as he did with the facility, that he dispensed slash administered slash documented the Dilaudid on 2 patients without MD orders.
So we have, in every instance we've seen, he hasn't once denied that he did that. Is that correct?
No, don't have any evidence that he's denied.
Okay. So in the complaint we looked at, it was on page 13, he was charged with practicing outside his scope. Was that correct?
Yes,
And he's admitted that he didn't have orders or any authorization to write those orders. Does that qualify as practicing outside his scope?
yes, it does appear that he's practiced outside of the scope.
And he was also charged with administering drugs except as legally directed, and since he didn't have a valid order, did he indeed administer drugs without a valid order?
Yes, he did.
And then we have some other charges that talk about impersonating another licensee and passing a forged prescription. By doing those orders, is that evidence by what we have in the record that he indeed passed an order for medication without authorization?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for the witness. I tender the witness.
Mr. Hunt, do you have any questions or cross-examination for the investigator?
No, ma'am.
Do the board members have any questions for Mr. Jameson? Okay, no questions. Any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor. State rest.
Mr. Hunt, it's now your turn to put on your defense.
Well, I don't have a defense because I'm admitting it, but,
It's your
Oh.
turn to tell the board.
I did it. It was wrong. I've been nursing 27 years, floor nursing, and I screwed up and I take responsibility for that.
That's it?
That's it. I mean, that's about it.
That's fine. We'll let the board attorney question you.
Mr. Hunt, will you, can you kind of tell us what your educational background is, when you first licensed and where you went to school?
I graduated Hines Community College. Oh, I'm sorry. I graduated from Hines Community College, associate's degree, 1997. I started working, well, I believe it was a little before 97, but I started working in 97, right after graduation.
So you've been working as a nurse since 97?
Yes. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna ask you, you've been a nurse for quite a while. I'm not asking. Can you kind of tell us where you recently worked as a nurse most recently?
I've actually hadn't been working as a nurse recently. My father passed away. I'm taking care of my 82-year-old mother. And I've come across some medical problems I've been dealing with the past year, seeing specialists and all that stuff. So,
So you're not, what are you currently employed anywhere?
no,
Can you, do you know, when was the last time you did practice as a nurse?
was it 23, I believe?
So about 2 years ago.
Yeah, a little less.
And where were you working at then?
Merit Health Central.
And do you remember how long were you at Merit Health?
Basically, my whole career I've been with, of course, they've been bought out and so forth, but my whole career I've been with them unless I was done some agency here and there, went on strike way back in the days. So basically with the company.
So you've been with Merit for pretty much your entire nursing career?
Yes,
And that's where you're at when this incident occurred?
yes,
And you don't deny, you've said it multiple times, and you don't deny that you did what you did. Is that correct?
that's correct.
So I guess here, I don't really have a whole lot of questions, but trying to be honest, because you are admitting it. But I do want, one question I have is you got suspended in February after the first time, correct?
Yes.
So why again in April? Why do it again in April?
I know it wasn't right, but I have patients that I'm not gonna get into the whole story that don't get taken care of. And when I come into work, they're in excruciating pain and nobody took care of her. So I did it for her.
And you've been a nurse for close to 30 years, you said, and you know it's not within your scope. Is that correct?
Yes.
do you think was there something you could have done differently or that you should have done differently?
Yes,
What would you have done differently, looking back?
I should have contacted the physician and spoke to him directly about the patient's condition, what she received, and how it's working for her and her condition, her complaints.
So I know you said she was in pain and if she wasn't being taken care of, was it that she wasn't receiving medication that was ordered, or can you kind of tell us why? I know I'm not asking for specifics, but can you give the panel any reason as to why you did what you did?
Yes, like I said previously, because, she was hurting and nobody's taking care of her, which I had to deal with a lot of times. And that's the reason I did it.
I mean, do you think your actions meet the acceptable standards of the nursing practice by writing an order without authorization?
No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Does the board hearing panel have any questions?
So, Mr. Hunt, I do have a few questions. Before these two incidents, had you ever written an order similar to what you did those two?
No, ma'am.
All right. On page 16, there was something that I was looking at. And it has down there toward the bottom that, and I just want to clarify that you gave a Percocet, morphine, and Dilaudid to the same patient within a 3-hour window.
I guess that's correct. I don't have it in front of me when I did it, but from what it's right here, I guess it's correct.
Using your nursing judgment, does that concern you?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever worked under the influence?
No, ma'am. I've been drug tested many times with that company, random drug tests and everything else. I've never failed a drug test in my whole 27 years of nursing.
And the only other question I think I really have is, on page 39, we have your PMP. Are there any current prescription scheduled medications that you're currently taking?
Yes, I'm on medications. Are you talking about?
Like your scheduled meds?
Oh, no. No, I'm not on any of that anymore
Okay. How long has it been
since,
since you had those?
ooh, it's been years.
I noted in there that it was lorazepam, correct?
Well, that's what it came up as, lorazepam. Now, I was on Valium.
Okay.
That's what they said it was, but I've never taken Ativan.
Okay.
I was on Valium at that time that my doctor had prescribed for me.
And so you haven't had it in how long?
I haven't had that in, Lord, I'm guessing at least a year and a half, something like that. And that was just PRN medication. It was written as scheduled, but it was just PRN I needed, like for my legs and stuff at night.
So during the time that you haven't worked, have you done anything to maintain your nursing education?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do. I was just wondering, you've been a nurse so long that, I just wonder why all of a sudden, February and April, you decided to write the order instead of calling the doctor and getting the order from the doctor.
I mean, yes, I have been working that long and then, sometimes it's hard to get in touch with these doctors at nighttime and you go through usually nurse practitioner or something like that or that. I mean, that's all.
Do you want to go back to work?
Yes, but I physically can't do floor nursing anymore. Tore my body up.
Where would you go back to work? What would you go and do if you went back to work as a nurse?
Thought about doing like some telehealth or something like that, or like a supervisor at nursing home or something like that. Something that doesn't require physical.
Tell me just a little bit about the culture around ordering medications and administration at this facility. I see that you physically wrote the orders. Was that common that you would write them instead of placing them into an EMR?
Yes, at Merit Health, it was. They're a little behind times over there.
So that was common for you to write those orders like that. And then would you fax them over to the pharmacy? How did the pharmacy know to?
They, you put in the fax machine, the pharmacy.
Any further questions? All right. Any further witnesses to testify?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunt, did you have any further witnesses or anybody to testify?
No, ma'am.
That will conclude the testimony in this matter. We'll proceed with closing statements at this time. Again, Mr. Hunt, those are persuasive. You do not have to make one. Would you like to make a closing? Sorry. It's the board's closing statement first.
Okay.
Mr. Walker, would you like to make a closing statement?
I would, Your Honor. Thank you. As you've seen today, there's no question that Mr. Hunt practiced outside his scope as an RN. He wrote not one, but 2 prescriptions without authorization from a provider. This is despite being written up and suspended without pay in the months prior after having the first incident. Again, Mr. Hunt admits he did this. He's not once denied it, neither to the facility nor to the board investigators. You've seen and heard testimony today that this is not within the scope of an RN, and he admitted that it didn't meet the standard of practice for nursing. The Court of Appeals has held that an admission meets the clear and convincing burden that the board has to meet. Today, there should be no reason to find Mr. Hunt not guilty. He admitted to his actions because of admission, and the fact of the actions are not within his scope of practice. The panel shall find him guilty of all charges. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hunt, would you like to make a closing statement?
Like I said before, I mean, I did it. I'm wrong. I take full responsibility for that. Something I should not have ever done. And y'all listening to the back, something y'all should never do too.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. All right, that will conclude this hearing. At this time, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine whether executive session is needed.
I'll make the motion.
Hopper makes the motion. Any second? Mr. Calhoun, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're in closed session. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session to conduct deliberations about issuing an appealable order as to the guilt or innocence of the licensee under 254174D.
I make the
Okay, we're back on the record. The time is 10:32 a.m. and I am going to announce the hearing panel's determination in case number 2023-0314 in the matter of Stephen Hunt, license R 856-143. The hearing panel deliberated and they were unanimous and they found that the licensee was guilty of all charges. They have determined to issue a restricted license for the minimum of 12 months based on the clear and convincing testimony and evidence presented today. The licensee acknowledged and admitted to all charges. Within the order, he will have 12 months to complete a formal reprimand. There'll be a fine. You have 180 days to pay that fine. You'll be limited to a single state license. You complete the restrictions all in the order within 6 months from the date of the order, but you have 12 months of compliance, and that will begin once you have a job. You need to start working. They also are going to need that you have present and future employer notification, quarterly reports from the employer. You'll have to submit reports. Also workshop in legal aspects of nursing, continuing education within 6 months from the date of the order. And those are going to be on board approved courses on nursing documentation, everyday ethics, and critical thinking. You'll need to sign the releases and notify the board of any change of information. All of this will be put into a formal order, a written order that will be given to you within 45 days from today's.
You just mail it to me?
Yes, sir. And you can meet with the board's compliance officer to go over any questions or any terms. Okay? Any questions right now? Good morning. We're on the record in this matter. Today's date is June 5th, 2025. The time is 10:35 a.m. We are located at the present in the office of the Board of Nursing, located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter to the docket. It's going to be case number 2022-0446 in the matter of Mississippi license number R 897168 issued to Shamika Johnson. I'm Pamela Ratliff. I'm the hearing officer today. I'm Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the role of the hearing officer. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, to see to the orderly process, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative proceeding, so the rules of evidence and civil procedure are not adhered to here. We're not bound by those. I may have or use both as a guide if I'm going to rule on any objections. At this time, I'll ask the board's hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record and to identify who will be serving as the alternate and will not be participating in the deliberations or the decision by the panel.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver.
Sandra Culpepper, alternate.
Drew Calhoun.
Now ask the attorney for the board to identify themselves for the record.
Alexis Morris.
Right. And the licensee, would you identify yourself?
Shamika Johnson.
All right, Ms. Johnson, I see you're here by yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
You have an attorney.
No.
Okay, let me ask you a couple questions just to make sure that we get these on the record. You understand that you have the right to have an attorney here representing you today?
Yes,
You understand you have a right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
yes, ma'am.
You understand you have a right to introduce exhibits or documents on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that the board, you had the right to have the board issue subpoenas if you needed to compel a witness or documents to present today at this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that due to the severity of the charges pending against your nursing license, the outcome of this hearing could adversely impact that license?
Yes, ma'am.
Notwithstanding all this, it's your wish to proceed today without an attorney?
How exactly does that work?
If you proceed
If-
today, you've been
No.
noticed for a hearing today. You can get an attorney on your own. That's up to you. You have that right to have that. But presenting yourself here today, you have brought yourself to appear.
Okay,
Are you willing to go forward without an attorney?
yes.
Do you have any witnesses that's going to testify today on your behalf?
No, ma'am.
Will you be offering testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Morris, do you have any witnesses to testify?
Yes, Dwayne Jameson.
I'll ask the court reporter to swear in all the witnesses that can testify.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Johnson, and you're doing a good job right now. The microphone is picking up everything you say, so just be sure that you kind of talk in the area of the microphone. You're good right now. And the court reporter is taking down everything you and I say. You're going to be testifying. You'll be asked questions. If you'll let whoever's asking you questions complete the question before you respond, that'll make it a lot clearer for the record. If you don't understand a question, just tell them you don't understand and they'll rephrase it for you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The way the proceeding will work today, it's the board's burden. They brought the charges, so the board's attorney will go first. They'll proceed with their case in chief. You can question any witnesses put on by the board, and then you will put on your case in chief, and then the board attorney will be able to question you. The hearing panel can question any witnesses.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Both sides may offer opening statements and closing statements. Opening statements are persuasive. They're not required. It's just kind of a summary or just kind of a little allude to what you're planning on testifying about, but it is not evidence. Same with closing statements. So if you have evidence to put it on in your case and not really in the opening or closing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, we would like to enter into evidence B1 through B24 under seal because they do contain personal patient information.
Ms. Johnson, have you reviewed those, been provided those documents to review?
I don't think I have B1, but yes.
They'll be marked in the top B1. They'll have numbers in the bottom. And you'll see they're called base numbers at the bottom.
Yeah.
So you should have a complete copy of the entire set. Okay. Do you have any objection to those records being introduced as the board's exhibits?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any exhibits or any documents you want to produce?
No, ma'am.
Since there is no objection to B1 through B24, I'll have those admitted under seal as marked for the record. Any other matters?
No.
Okay, we'll proceed then. We'll let the board put on their case in chief first.
Let's have a brief opening statement. Again, my name is Alexis Morris, and the respondent was employed at Ocean Springs Hospital in Gulfport, Mississippi, until a termination on or about June 10th, 2022. She was terminated after it was discovered that she was diverting medication from the facility. The investigation was started after trends regarding the respondent's handling of narcotics were noticed. Allegedly, respondent was pulling up to 3 times the amount of narcotics for patients as the other nurses. Accordingly, Ms. Johnson was charged with violating 6 provisions of the Nursing Practice Act. As such, and pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-1, the board has the authority to render any disciplinary action it deems appropriate against the respondent in this matter following our case. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, would you like to make a brief opening statement?
Yes, ma'am. I don't. I don't deny that any of these incidents occurred. I completely admit to sorry.
You're fine. Take your time.
I did what I'm accused of. I diverted the waste. But I never did not medicate my patient. I always medicated my patient. And it was the waste that I took. I'm a US Army veteran. I'm a 2-time MST survivor. It doesn't excuse what I did anyway. But it did have some weight to it. So again, I don't deny it. I did it. And when I was presented with the ASP, is what it's called, right? I wanted to go forward with it. I just had questions about the length of time because of what I've done. I've lost my home. I'm a single mom with 3 children. And because of my mistakes, we're currently living in a hotel. I just wanted to make sure I could afford the drug tests for 3 years. Because that's a long time. Otherwise, I agreed with everything. I just need to be able to work to take care of my family. And I just screwed up in the worst way possible. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, we'll let the board, proceed with their placement duty.
Please state your name and current place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
Okay, and how long have you worked with the board?
since March of 1991.
And please tell us your current role with the board.
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
So you are familiar with the investigative processes of the board, correct?
Yes,
And are you familiar with cause number 2022-0046?
yes.
Okay, if you would please turn to MSBN 3 and identify that document for the record.
Okay, page 3 is licensure information for Shamika Nicole Johnson.
Okay. And when was she first licensed?
She was licensed June 6, 2014 as a registered nurse.
Okay. Now, please turn your attention to MSBN 19, 20, and 21 and identify those documents for the record as well.
Okay, page 19 is a 4th notice of hearing. And it has the date of the hearing on Thursday, June 5th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Yeah, okay, good.
Page 20 is a copy of page 20 and 21 copies of the complaint, and page 22 is a United States Postal Service tracking.
Will you please read the charges against Ms. Johnson into the record?
Okay, charge 1 states that respondent is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual user of narcotic, barbiturates, amphetamines, hallucinogens, or other drugs having similar effects, or has misappropriated any medication. Charge 2 states that the respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substances, as evidenced by a positive screen for alcohol, an illegal substance, or unauthorized medication. Charge 3, that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment in violation of 30 Mississippi Admin Code. Charge 4, respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Charge 5, respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. And charge 6, that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in patient records.
Now, are there facts to support the charges listed in the complaint?
Yes, there are.
Would you please summarize those facts, please?
Okay, the facts to substantiate the charges indicate that when the respondent was employed at Ocean Springs Hospital, she was terminated on June 10th. She was terminated after it was discovered that she was diverting medication from the facility. An investigation was started after there was trends noted regarding her handling of narcotics. She was pulling up to 3 times the amount of narcotics for patients as other nurses. It was also discovered that respondent's documentation of the administration of the narcotics and waste left large amounts of narcotics unaccounted for, specifically fentanyl. Then again, on about June 9th, the Ocean Springs Police Department was called to the hospital to assist with the diversion case. The police viewed footage and decided to question a nurse who documented witnessing the respondent wasting narcotics. The witness admitted that she did not actually witness the waste, but instead just used her print on the undersale and walked away. At this point, the police questioned the respondent, stating that they were concerned that she was either over-medicating or diverting. And at this time, according to the police report, she stated that she did not believe she had a problem until she was questioned, and also admitted that some of the waste was in her book bag. She consented to a search of her person, her book bag, vehicle, and lunchbox. And during the search, the police found 12 fentanyl vials containing a small amount of fentanyl, 5 vials of Zofran, a dilaudid push pin, 2 full vials of fentanyl, and 1 partially used vial of fentanyl, a ball of urine, a morphine push pin, 2 blister packs of pills belonging to other people.
Now, please turn to page 23 and identify that document for the record. I think it's marked as Exhibit B6.
Yes. B6 is a copy of the report, investigative report from the facility.
Okay, and if you would please summarize that report for the board panel.
Basically, it describes the investigation that on the Pandora reports, it shows that Shamika was flagged at the top in almost every single medication category. They had pharmacy to run a detailed report on all of her controlled substance pools in the last 90 days. And they noticed multiple trends from this report.
Will you describe some of the trends and details that were listed on the report?
Okay, sure. It states here that she frequently obtained order for sedatives, pain medications that were not previously in place. And some examples they gave from her shift on June 2nd, 7 p.m. shift, it indicated that she had administered fentanyl IV push 5 times, whereas the next day on the 7 a.m. shift, it was administered only once. Another example was on June 3rd, on her shift, 7P shift, she administered the same medication, fentanyl, 6 times. And on the next day, the 7A shift, administered only once.
Now, please turn to 25 and identify that document, please.
Page 25 is a copy of the Pandora 30-day Omnicell report.
Now turn with me to page 28 and identify that report, please.
Page 28 is a Pandora 90-day report.
Okay, and flipping back to page 25, who is listed at the top of that report?
Top is Shamika Johnson.
Okay, now turning over to 28, who is listed at the top of that report?
Shamika Johnson.
Okay, and then will you just identify the drugs that are listed?
Hydromorphone, and morphine.
Anything else located on page 28?
Page 28, yes, there's a fentanyl drip and Norco.
Okay, and whose name is listed at the top of those drug administrations as well?
Shamika Johnson.
Now, what, if anything, did you notice about these reports during your time reviewing the record?
Basically, it appears as though that Ms. Johnson appeared to sign out quite a bit more than the other nurses.
Please turn with me to page 35 and identify that document.
Page 35 is a discrepancy receipt.
Now, what, if anything, do you notice about that receipt?
That basically Ms. Johnson was involved in approximately 8 of these incidents on this receipt.
Okay, and when you say 8 incidences, would you be more specific?
Where there were discrepancies regarding the narcotics in question.
Now, please flip to page 40 and identify that document for the record.
Page 40 is a report of theft or loss of controlled substances. And this is for Ocean Springs Hospital.
And please summarize that report briefly.
Basically, this report was filed due to suspected employee theft.
And whose name is listed on that report? Or is there a name listed on the report at this time?
No, I did not see a name.
But what is on the list of the controlled substances of that report, found on page 41?
Fentanyl, 100 milligrams.
Now, if you would turn with me to page 43 and identify that document.
Page 43 is a copy of the Singing River Police Department.
Okay, and turning over to 46, which is a part of the Singing River Police Report, will you please summarize that narrative for the board?
Okay, page 46 and actually 47 kind of details the investigation as to when they were first notified, when they came in, set up cameras, and observed questionable behavior by Ms. Johnson. And at one point, they actually called Ms. Johnson in to question her in regards to suspected diversion, at which time she stated she did not realize she had a problem until in that moment of being questioned. So they did ask her to consent to a search, which she did. And so they began with her backpack. They checked her book bag and they removed 12 fentanyl vials with a small amount of fentanyl in each. They also recovered 5 vials of Zofran and a Dilaudid push pin. So after they discovered these items, they asked Ms. Johnson if she had anything on her person, at which time she denied having anything on her person. She checked her pockets, turned her pockets out. However, she did avoid one pocket and they noticed that. And so when they asked her about that particular pocket in the front of her uniform. She then reached in and pulled out 2 additional full vials of fentanyl and 1 partially used vial of fentanyl. And then it was at that point that they contacted the narcotics task team. So once the Ocean Springs Police was called to transport her to the task force, it was at that time that she removed from her bra, according to the report, a ball of urine and disposed it in the trash. And of course, they retrieved that urine once they noticed that she had disposed it in the trash. It was recovered by one of the officers there and taken to ER so that they can analyze that particular urine. So after she was transported, they went out to the parking lot and searched her vehicle. And once they searched her vehicle, there was a morphine push pin, 2 old prescriptions that had been written to Ms. Johnson, and 2 blister packs containing pills belonging to other people.
Thank you. Now, please turn to page 48 and identify for the record the documents.
48 is a copy of some vials that they collected during the investigation.
Okay, and I won't ask you to identify every picture, but from page 48 to, I believe, page 67, would you just kind of describe those documents for the record?
Yeah, these are mostly vials that were collected during the course of the investigation. And there may be a syringe or 2 as well.
Flip with me to page 68 and identify that document.
Page 68 is a medical record for a patient.
Okay, and what, if anything, do these patient records reflect for patient DV or anything that you notice?
It does. There's some handwritten notes at the bottom of this note indicating that during the shift that Ms. Johnson worked, there was a significant larger amount of fentanyl issued as opposed to the day shift on June 3rd.
Okay, and page 69, I think we are still in patient DV's records, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and what do the handwritten notes at the bottom reflect, if anything?
Basically reflect the same from the previous page where there was a significantly larger amount of fentanyl being administered by Ms. Johnson.
Okay, and would you say that patient DV's records reflect similar notes in the record as well regarding Ms. Johnson's pools versus the other shift nurses' pools of
Yes.
medication?
Yes.
Okay. Now flip with me to page 72 and identify that document.
Page 2, this is the patient record for patient PN.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you notice on those records?
This record, it's pretty much, there are handwritten notes on here. It does not seem that number is as significant as the previous.
Okay, question, at the bottom, I believe on patient DV's records, there was a large amount of fentanyl pulled.
Right.
What is the difference between patient DV's records and patient's PN records based on the handwritten notes at the bottom?
On patient PN, the medication involved, the narcotic involved is Dilaudid.
Now, please turn with me to page 74 and identify that document for the record. It may be a little hard to read, so I apologize.
Page 74 appears to be maybe the front page or chain of custody for a urine drug screen.
Okay, and turn to page 75 and I need that document as well. I believe it's still a part of B14.
Yes, this is the results of the actual urine drug screen.
Okay, and what time was the sample collected?
The sample was collected at 8:34 on June 10th, 2022.
Okay, and whose name is on this list as the donor name listed?
Shamika Johnson.
Okay, and what were the results of this drug screen collected on June 10th, 2022?
Okay, it was positive for marijuana
And there might be additional information on page 76 as well.
Yeah, it was positive for marijuana and it appears as though also fentanyl.
Now, as far as you know, looking at this record, did she test positive for any other narcotics?
Looking at the certification, it was marijuana and fentanyl.
Now, turn with me to page 90 and identify that document.
Page 90 is an employee coaching corrective action report for employee Shamika Johnson, dated June 9th, 2022.
Okay, and would you please read the section under summary of behavior, starting with during my chart? During chart review, I apologize for that. Yes, I'll let you know when to finish.
All right, during chart reviews of her narcotic medication administration, the following trends were discovered. Shamika frequently obtains orders for sedatives, pain medications that were not previously in place. If the patient does have orders already in place, she frequently gets them increased. Shamika's documentation of sedative pain medication administration is disproportionately more frequent than other nurses caring for the same patient. For example, on medical record number 069, 627P shift, Shamika administered fentanyl IV push 5 times. 637 AM shift administered only once.
Okay, and you can stop there because I believe you've already entered that information into the record. Would you start reading here where Shamika hung a new 125 milliliter bag, please? Thank you.
Shamika hung a new 125 milliliter bag of fentanyl running at 5 milliliters per hour at 0314 on 520 at 0457. This was decreased to 2.5 milliliters per hour. At 0556, the drip was stopped in anticipation of the patient being extubated. An additional 2.46 milliliter had been infused.
Okay, and would you skip down to starting with there? If that's, it's in that last paragraph, the last.
There are 10 additional variances in the last 90 days that were found similar to the examples listed above.
Continue.
Because of the obscenely frequent documentation of narcotic administrations and large amounts of fentanyl unaccounted for, there's a serious concern for patient safety.
So based on your review of the records and documentation, do you feel like the record adequately substantiates the charges against Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Ms. Johnson, do you have any questions for the board's witness?
No, no, ma'am.
No questions for him? Any additional witnesses?
No, the state raised at this time.
Ms. Johnson, the state has rested. It's your time to put on your case in chief, and you can testify, and the board's attorney will question you after. She'll cross-examine you.
Okay. It's just a few things I actually wanted to clarify. The blister packets, for one, at my previous job at Trinity Neurologic Rehabilitation Center in Slidell, there was a policy in place where DC medications would go into a bin. And if staff required that medication, if you had a prescription for it or you needed it, you were able to go get it. And that's where I had received those 2 packets for. It was metoprolol for my blood pressure. And I believe the other one was, should have been either Zoloft or Lexapro, which was my antidepressant. So that's where those came from. The 2 vials of fentanyl that were in my pocket, yes, I did have them, but, and I know it sounds crazy, but in that particular instance, it was not what it looked like. That night / that morning, I had been on the phone with the CT surgeon about that particular patient. who was having a significant change in status. I was on the phone with her multiple times that morning and that night, and she said she was coming in as CT surgery always did. They rounded in SI first. So as I was drawing up the fentanyl for the one patient, which was that half of a vial, or yeah, it should have been about half of a vial, I had already pulled the one for the other one. I was going there next, and she walked in and started giving me orders. So at that point, I just stopped and put it in my pocket. That's why it was still closed, because I hadn't given it to the patient yet. And that's the only thing that was different in that particular situation. Everything else is pretty accurate. Like I said, I'm not denying that I did it. Since then, or during then, as you know, this was during COVID. It was towards the end, but it was still during COVID, and it was a lot. I had been trying to get in touch with my own physician and my own mental health practitioner during this time, and I was unable to do so due to the restrictions, particularly at the VA. I also was limited on my benefits that I could receive at the time, and the insurance that we had at Ocean Springs was one that nobody took. I had never heard of it. I couldn't find a physician. The two physicians I could find wouldn't take me, or well, I don't think anybody, but you couldn't get in for an appointment. I honestly believe had I been able to go and see the mental health practitioner that I needed to see at the time, this wouldn't have went how it did. Since then, I have been seeing a mental health practitioner. I have regular appointments at the VA. I have finally been approved for my disability, so now I have the benefits to be able to go and get the help it is that I need. And I have been doing so since then. Um, I do believe that's about all I have.
Awesome. At this time, I'll ask the board attorney, if she has any questions for you.
Yes, just a couple of questions.
Mhm.
Would you please tell the board, are you currently employed anywhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you employed?
At Memorial in Gulfport,
Okay, and what is your job title there?
medical telemetry nurse.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've been there since January.
And please tell the board your educational background, where you attended school, nursing school, things like that.
Well, I graduated high school overseas in Germany in 2002 from Ramstein American High School. Not only am I a veteran, I'm also a dependent. My entire family has served in the military. Then for nursing school, I went to MGCCC, the JD campus. I graduated there in May of 2014 and got my license that June.
Now, I would like for you to shift to your employment during the time at Ocean Springs Hospital. How long were you employed there
It was about a year and a half.
prior to this incident?
Yes.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities there?
I was a surgical ICU nurse, which sadly, that was my dream. I took care of critically ill patients requiring more extensive and close one-on-one care, the ventilated patients, the patients on BiPAP, a lot of post-op cardiothoracic surgery patients, a lot of COVID patients, a lot of the CT surgeries that were deemed unnecessary or could wait were pushed back, and we ended up eventually becoming a COVID unit. So a few medical ICU patients. Mhm.
I wanted to touch on one of the things that you discussed regarding the vials found in your pocket, is
Mhm.
that a company practice or the hospital's practice to place those vials in your pocket?
No, it absolutely isn't.
You would agree with me that that behavior fell below the nursing standards?
Absolutely.
You would also agree with me, based on the admissions today, that the record reflects that you either have a dependence or were dependent on alcohol and other habit-forming drugs, during this time, correct? As evidenced by your positive drug screen.
Yes, so not alcohol, but yes,
Okay.
I did at one point, yes.
So you stated that you didn't realize that you had a problem until you were detained that day, correct?
Yes.
A problem with narcotics. Will you go into a little bit of detail about that?
The problem, yes, it ended up being with narcotics, but it's not where it started.
Okay.
It was a, sorry, it was a coping mechanism for me.
Okay, and was your drug of choice fentanyl? You also tested positive for marijuana. Were those your drug of choices? Were there any other drugs that you were on at that time?
Not that I recall, no. I don't, not that I recall, no.
So you also agree with me that the record reflects that you also misappropriated the drug supplies and the equipment at the hospital, correct?
Yes,
And as such, you really haven't disputed any of the facts other than the blister packs belonging to other people. However, you did say that those packs belong to you.
yes.
Do you make it a habit of mixing your medications with the medications of other people?
What do you
Like when
mean?
they found it, this medication was also found with the vials of other patients. Were you taking these blister packs while you were taking the fentanyl at work? Were you mixing medications?
I'm not quite
The
understanding.
packs for your prescription, correct? Okay, were you
Yes,
taking that medication along with the fentanyl and the marijuana as well?
well, yes, I was taking them as scheduled, yes,
As prescribed.
yes.
Now, in terms of the documentation of the waste, you don't deny that although there was waste, you were not properly documenting all of the waste on patient records, correct?
That is correct. That is a situation I have rectified also, especially now in my current position, being what I did. I make it a point that the person who is wasting with me stand there because there's a bad habit of them of people just scanning their finger and walking off. And I make it a point that they stand there and watch the entire waste all the way down and that they actually look at the syringe because, like I said, I know I messed up and I did it. So I'm doing everything that I can to make sure there's no misunderstanding. There's no way that I can end up in that situation again.
So based on your admission, you'd agree with me that you are guilty of the charges as outlined in your complaint, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions at this time.
At this time, I ask the board members, do they have any questions?
Well, thank you for your service to our country. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Have you ever been in a drug rehab program or going to,
An actual rehab program, no, but I have gone to the NA meetings and I have been speaking with my mental health professional. They are aware.
how often are you going to your NA meetings?
I've been doing them twice a week.
And,
It's a lot easier now. They're online also.
they're online.
You're able to do them virtually.
Okay. Do you go in person sometimes too?
Sometimes, but not often.
Okay. And you work at Memorial Gulfport now as a
Yes, ma'am.
on telemetry?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
You work nights or days?
I work overnight. I have to be at home with for my kids during the daytime.
And you said that you did have, and at one time, problems with alcohol?
Oh,
you
no, I don't drink. It's like, it's very rare. It has to be like New Year's Eve or Christmas or something like that.
In the past, have you had
No,
and how long have you been coping with, narcotics? How long do you think?
do you mean as far as using them?
Yes, ma'am.
It was about 6 to 7 months.
Okay, so you hadn't what made you start? What was the,
Unresolved trauma. I am working through it now. It's just still really hard to talk about.
that's-
Additional questions?
At the time when you were working at Ocean Springs in this ICU, you were working nights then as well?
Yes,
So just walk me through the night that all of this kind of came to fruition. You came in, got report.
yes.
Give me the brief synopsis of the rest of the evening.
Let's see. Yeah, it was pretty much like that. I came in, I got report and got started. It was just like any other night. There was nothing really out of the ordinary except that particular patient. As I said, she wasn't doing so well, and I had been back and forth with the CT surgeon, well, his resident. And she said she was coming first thing that morning and she would see my patient first. And that's really it. Like, nothing out of the ordinary
Completed
happened.
the shift, and then it was the next morning that
Yes,
had to meet with HR and
I was in the middle of report and they came in and they first went to my coworker and talked to her, and then they came over to me and basically said that I needed to come with them.
was this hospital staff or was this the
It
police department?
No, it was hospital staff. I'm not entirely sure who he was. I think he's one of the investigators or some type of security. He was in regular clothes.
At some point that morning, you took a drug test,
Yes,
and that's the drug test that we've seen that was positive for both fentanyl and marijuana.
that is correct.
Um, so you came to work that night. Were you high at work that evening in the ICU?
No, no, I would use at home or in the vehicle when I got home.
So you feel competent to take care of those ICU patients that evening?
Yes,
Also saw in here on page 89 that this friend that excuse me, I think her name was Emily Warren, is that right?
yes.
You rode to work with her? There's a ride there, or
She rode with me.
she rode with you? Y'all were
Yes.
friends?
We weren't really at first. She had a medical issue that ended up, she started having seizures, so she couldn't drive. Initially at first, you can't drive for so long. And I'm the only one who lived close to her. We lived in Gulfport. Everybody else lived in like D'Iberville, Ocean Springs. So I would pick her up on the way. They adjusted her schedule so that she could work the weekends that I worked. So that way I could pick her up and drop her off.
And in this statement that she gave, she said she did not know that you had a problem. You agree with her that she did not know?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you only ever was it only ever self-use? Was
Yeah,
there any selling? Was there any
no,
distribution to anybody else?
no, it was always just me.
Had several shifts where you would go in and document that you had given a patient 5, 6 doses of fentanyl. And in your opening statement, you said that you had always given those medications. So were you giving 5, 6 doses of fentanyl, whatever it was, just as you were documenting?
Yes, well, not as I documented, no. Be about half of the dose during the times that they didn't particularly ask for it.
So with, I know in Massey, like you'll pull these very small fentanyl vials, they've got, I can't off the top of my head, no, but so were they ordered for get the full vial and you were only given half? Or when
No.
they order half, you keep in the waste?
It just depended. Sometimes some of them would be half the vial, some would be a quarter. It would be like that. A couple would get the whole, but that was rare. They would end up with the drip.
Did you have any charges from the justice system from this? Did you ever, what kind of penalties did you?
Yes, I am under the pretrial diversion program. I have to check in monthly with diversion officers. I have random and monthly drug tests that I've passed. I'm paying a fine every month and I have to do this for 2 years. And so far, the program actually started in about November, so it's been about 6, 7 months, 8 months. And I've completed my community service. I've actually exceeded the amount of hours that were required. I'm doing what I can to rectify what I've done in the best way I can.
On the fentanyl, did you ever give the patient or the fentanyl even though they didn't need it?
Ma'am.
Did you ever pull it and give it to them just to get your part, even though they didn't need it?
Yes. Yes. And I justified that through the FACES pain scale. So technically, per the pain scale, they did require it. They just didn't ask for it. And the FLAC scale. The FLAC scale.
Under any restrictions at your employer now for narcotics or?
No, they are aware though. That's why I said I was making sure I was making it very clear and very obvious that my wastes were always witnessed, watching me actually squirt it into the container, verify the units, done to the T, no issues, no questions.
Do you think if you're working around narcotics now, but do you think after their probation is up and your diversion is done and all that, do you think you would have a temptation?
No, no, ma'am, I don't. I can't say that in the future I never will. I'm a person, I'm human, but I've got the necessary steps. I've gone through the necessary steps and I have the tools in place to deal with those in the event that I do. So if it happens, I feel like I'm prepared and I have the resources and support that I didn't have before in place.
What kind of support you got now?
I have my mental health practitioner, my nurse practitioner. She is available 24/7. She actually gave me her cell phone number. There also is a support line. My ex is actually being very helpful and he is available. I don't exactly have a what is it called? A sponsor, but I have very close people that I'm with in the support group. So I feel like I have the support that I need. I don't feel very comfortable with the sponsor only because it is a very heavily male dominated group. And with my issue, that's kind of a problem for me. So that's why I talked to her. Did that answer your question?
Any further questions? Follow-up questions?
Just two. Were you ever aware that the hospital was investigating you for, your narcotics pools at all?
No,
So the, the urine sample, whose urine sample was there, that you collected? Because you had to have been aware that you were going to be drug tested at that time, correct?
no, I always had one. I always had a specimen because just about every hospital does random drug tests. So if in the event I was to be drug tested, I had it. And you can buy it at like pretty much any smoke shop or metaphysical store. You can buy those.
No further questions.
Did you have any witnesses or anything?
No, ma'am.
So that'll conclude the hearing in this matter. This time we'll entertain closing statements. Again, those are not required. They're just kind of a summary that you can give or you don't have to give. And I'll let the board give their closing statement first.
Just very briefly, we do feel like that we have met our burden by clear and convincing evidence to support the charges against the respondent as outlined in the complaint. Ms. Johnson also admitted to being guilty of those charges as well. And we ask that this board panel render any disciplinary decision that it deems appropriate under these circumstances. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, would you like to make a closing statement?
Like I said, I did do it. My reason is not an excuse. It's just an explanation. Feel like that I have taken the necessary steps to not only rectify, but to ensure that it doesn't happen again and have the resources in place that I need in the event that I have any type of urge or craving. But with not just with the groups, but also with the changes that I've had in my personal life outside of that, spiritually and physically, I'm on a whole new path, and that's not a road I want to go down again, all in all, period. Aside from the legalities and my career, that's just not what I want, and that's not who I am. And I don't want, even though it is a big mistake, I don't want one mistake to define me for the rest of my life. And that's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, that will conclude the hearing in this matter. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for closed session to determine whether the board needs to go in executive session. Moved. All in favor? All opposed? We are now in closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go in executive session for the purposes of deliberation of a possible appealable order by the board on the guilt of instance of the licensee of the charges. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? We are now in executive session and we'll deliberate. 58 PM in the matter of case number 2022-0446 in the matter of Shamika Johnson, license number R897168. The board has deliberated and I'm going to announce the board's decision as artfully as I can, okay? The board found, hearing panel was unanimous. They found her guilty on all counts. The penalty will be immediate license suspension. And that's effective immediate. In order for the suspension to be lifted, the licensee must provide the board with proof of compliance with the drug diversion program and compliance with all terms, clean urine, and so forth. You must also submit to an evaluation for chemical dependency by substance abuse by an agency or entity approved by the board. You must submit for psychiatric or psychological evaluation by a board-approved evaluator, and you must comply with all requirements from those evaluations. You have 120 days from the date of the order to complete that. Once you provided that satisfactory proof to the board, your license suspension will be lifted and you may obtain a restricted license. The restricted license will be a period of 60 months. However, you'll be given credit for the time completed in the drug diversion program and confirmed by the board. You'll have a formal reprimand. There'll be a lot other orders or requirements that will go for once you obtain a restricted license that will be set forth in the order. Failure to comply with the board and provide this information within the 120 days to submit to all this will result in revocation of your license. You'll need to meet with the board compliance officer, but again, all this will be detailed in an order that will be issued. We'll have that within 45 days. Right? Any questions? Yes, ma'am. You're suspended. Board, your suspension will be lifted and you'll have a restricted license at that point, and there'll be further restrictions on that. Okay. All right, that will conclude this matter. Thank you. At this time, I believe we'll take a recess for lunch. Hold on, Ms. Jones.
Forty-five hours.
So 1:45? All right.
Yeah.
We're adjourned. Okay, we're back from lunch and good afternoon. Today's date is June 5th, 2025. The time is 1:55 p.m. We're present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Richland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter on the docket for hearing. That's going to be case numbers 2024-0482 and 2021-1036 in the matter of license number R888169 issued to Cynthia Jones. I am Pamela Ratliff. I'm Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as a hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative proceeding and not a court of law, so the hearing panel is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure that governs trials. I may, however, use both as a guide when ruling on objections. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and to identify the board member who will be serving as the alternate and will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision by the board.
Nancy Norris Jones, and I'll be the alternate.
Beverly Oliver, Sandra Culpepper.
Drew Calhoun.
Thank you. And will the attorney representing the board of nursing state your name?
Alexis Morris.
Is the licensee, Ms. Jones, present?
Oh, no, she's not.
If you would briefly go over the notice she was provided, and we'll make that determination.
Absolutely. In the exhibits that we plan to present, Ms. Jones was sent a notice of hearing and complaint dated for Thursday, June 5th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Also, we received the green card, which reflects a return receipt signed and dated from the board. We also received an email from Ms. Jones that we will enter, and I would like to read that into the record, to whom it may concern. And she sent this today at 12:38 p.m. To whom it may concern. I was supposed to be in Jackson this week for a hearing concerning my license. This incident was over 4 years ago, was not mentioned until I got a letter from you around August of 2024. I've been trying to decide since that time what to do about it. I've decided to retire from nursing and will not be there for the hearing. Thank you. And then it's signed Cindy Jones with her license number. So we have confirmed that she was aware that she was noticed for today.
It appears that she was provided with statutory notice in accordance for today's hearing, as referenced by her email acknowledgement also. She's not requested a continuance or given any reason why she should not be here. We'll proceed with the proceedings as scheduled in her absence. Preliminary matters, are there exhibits you want to mark?
Yes, we would like to enter exhibits B1 through B16 into the record. Under seal because they do contain Ms. Jones's P&P information.
All right. I will allow exhibits B1 through B16 admitted under seal. There being no objections, they'll be admitted and marked as such.
Just for record purposes, the board was given B15 and B16. So I want to confirm receipt of that as well.
B15 was the email from the respondent dated June 5th that you discussed, and then B16 is the renewal application.
Yes.
And they are marked and were handed to the board, so we have a complete set of exhibits.
Thank you.
All right. Witness to testify?
Yes, Ms. Tawanda Jones.
If we could swear Ms. Jones in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. Ms. Morris, you may proceed with an opening if you'd like, or directly with your case.
I would like to just give a brief opening, if I may. We are here because on or about November 12, 2021, while Cynthia Jones was working as an RN in an inpatient hospice in North Mississippi Health Services in Tupelo, she submitted to a reasonable suspicion drug screen that resulted being positive for amphetamines, methamphetamines, and marijuana metabolite. So that is cause number 2021-1036. And in cause number 2024-0482, on or about April 7, 2024, the respondent submitted to a pre-employment drug screen that resulted in another positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines. So accordingly, Ms. Jones has been charged with 3 violations of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act, and pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, the board panel has the power to take any disciplinary action it deems appropriate against Ms. Jones. Thank you.
All right, thank you. May I call your first witness?
Okay. Please state your name and current place of employment for the record.
Wanda Jones, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
7 years.
Okay, and what is your role at the board?
I'm an investigator.
Okay, so you are familiar with the investigative processes of the board?
Yes,
And are you familiar with cause numbers 2024-0482 and 2021-1036?
I am.
Okay, take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit B2, or page, yes, page 2, and identify that document.
This is nursing information for Cynthia Jones.
Okay, and when was Ms. Jones first licensed in Mississippi?
She was first licensed as an LPN in 7/28/2010 and a registered nurse June 3rd, 2011.
Now, turn with me to MSBN number 6 and identify that document.
Okay, that's a notice of hearing.
Okay, please read the charges against the respondent. Okay, for the record.
Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substance as evident by positive drug screening, illegal substance unauthorized medication. Charge 3, excuse me, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed.
And are there facts that accompany those charges?
Yes.
Would you please summarize those facts for the board panel, please?
Okay. On November 12th, 2021, while working as an RN at an inpatient hospice in North Mississippi, the respondent submitted a reasonable suspicion drug screen that resulted and confirmed her being positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines and marijuana. On April 7th, 2024, the respondent submitted to a pre-employment drug screen for a healthcare agency, which resulted in a positive result for amphetamine.
Now, please turn with me to MSBN 11 and identify that document. I think it is marked as B6.
Page 11 is an email from Kathy Ford regarding for-cause drug screen for the respondent.
Okay, and can you please briefly summarize this report or email?
As a summary, the pharmacy department did an audit, and because of her usage there, they decided to do a for-cause blood sample, urine sample. And the results of that test was positive for amphetamines and also cannabinoids.
Okay, now turn to page MSBN 12 and identify that document.
Page 12 is a consent form for a drug screen.
Okay, and what is the date of this document as the date of collection?
The date of collection is 11/12/21.
Okay, now please turn with me to page 14 and identify that document.
Page 14, this is the results of the drug screen for the respondent.
Okay, and will you please share with us the results of that drug screen?
Detected was amphetamines and also cannabinoids and amphetamines.
Were there any other drugs found in her system?
Yes.
Okay. And what drug? If any, what other drugs, if any?
The marijuana.
Now, please turn with me to page 17 and identify that document.
Page 17 is a drug screen consent.
Okay, and did Ms. Jones complete and sign this document?
She did.
And what was the date of completion on this? document?
11/12/2021.
Okay. Turn with me, if you would, to page 20 and identify that document.
Page 20 is a statement from the respondent, email statement dated December 9th, 2021.
Okay, and would you please summarize that statement? Ms. Jones' statement, if you would, please.
Basically, what she was doing is she admitted that she was taking CBD oil.
Now, in that document, did she admit to taking the amphetamines or the methamphetamines?
No, she just gave the medications that she was on.
Thank you. Now let's discuss cause number 2024-0482. Please take a look on page 22 and identify that document for the record.
Page 22 is a drug screen for Quest, and it's for the respondent.
Okay, and what is the date of this drug screen?
4/7/24.
Okay, and what were the results of Ms. Jones's pre-employment drug screen?
On this pre-employment drug screen, she was positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines.
Now, please take a look at page 26 and identify that document for the record.
Page 26 is a series of text messages from the respondent.
Okay, will you summarize that briefly for the panel, please?
Basically, she was addressing the allegation regarding her positive drug screen. She went on to talk about all the medications that she was on, and she also said that she has never failed a drug screen.
However, that is not the truth, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. According to the record.
According to the records.
So what happened to Ms. Jones's employment following her pre-employment drug screen?
She was not hired.
Now, based on your review of the record, does it adequately substantiate the charges outlined in the complaint against Ms. Jones?
Yes, based on the information.
In both cause numbers?
In both cause numbers.
At this time, I tender the witness.
Does the panel have any questions for the witness? No questions from the board?
State risk.
Okay. Closing or?
Yes, we believe that we have proven our case in this matter by clear and convincing evidence to substantiate that respondent practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet the generally accepted standards of the nursing practice, and that she engaged in unprofessional conduct, namely that she practiced while under the influence of alcohol or drugs or other mood altering substances as evidenced by her positive drug screen. And as a result, we ask this board to take any disciplinary action it deems necessary against Ms. Jones' license.
All right, that will conclude the hearing in this matter at this time. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session for determination of whether executive session is necessary. I'll make the motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Entertain a motion to go in executive session for purposes of deliberations on this case for the board to issue an appealable order regarding the innocence or guilt in this matter. I'll make the motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? We're in executive session. Board to deliberate.
Monday.
All right, we're back on the record. In the matter of case number 2024 dash, sorry, dash 0482 and 2021 dash 1036, license number R88169, issued to Cynthia Jones. The board is deliberated, board panel is deliberated, and the decision was unanimous. Licensee is found guilty of all charges based on the clear and convincing testimony and evidence presented into the record. And the board's order is that license R88169 shall be revoked.
I'm not going to embarrass them.
You're good. All right, we'll proceed with the next matter. Today's date is June 5th, 2025. The time is 2:17 p.m. We're present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. The next matter called to the docket will be case number 2024-0193 in the matter of Mississippi license number R882777 issued to Mars Pangana.
Captain Pagan is
Captain Pagan.
what I
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. I'm Pamela Ratliff. I am Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I will serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections, questions, or evidence raised by the party, consider the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and law. This is an administrative proceeding. It's not a court of law, so the hearing panel is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure that govern trials in the court of law. I may, however, use both as a guide during the proceeding when ruling on objections. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and to identify the member of the hearing panel who will serve as the alternate and will not participate in either the deliberations or decision by the board hearing panel.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Beverly Oliver, alternate.
And will the attorney representing the Board of Nursing identify themselves?
Alexis Morris.
And is the licensee present?
No, she is not.
Okay, if you would you provide just a brief summary of the notice provided to the licensee?
Yes, in the exhibits that we plan to introduce, the first notice of hearing, was noticed for June the 5th, 2025 at 8:30. That was sent on August 23rd, 2024. We have a second notice of hearing sent to the respondent, on December 20th, 2024, noticed for Thursday, June 5th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. We have a third notice of hearing sent to the respondent, January 17th, 2025, noticing Thursday, June 5th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. We also published respondent on February 5th, 2025, February 12th, 2025, and February 19th, 2025. As such, we feel that we have met our statutory burden for notice in this matter.
It appears the licensee was provided with statutory notice of today's hearing and has not provided the board with any reason for her absence or requested a continuance. She was noticed to be here at 8:30 a.m. It is now 2:20 p.m. Her name is not on the sign-in sheet and she's not checked in, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we'll proceed with the hearing in respondent's absence. Is there any preliminary matters or exhibits you'd like to introduce?
Yes, we would ask that B1 through B9 be introduced under seal, because it contains patient record information.
There being no objections to the introduction of those exhibits, B1 through B9 will be admitted as reference under seal. All right. You have any witnesses you plan to call?
Yes. It's Tawanda Jones.
If you would swear in, Ms. Jones.
Excuse me, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right. Ms. Morris, you may proceed with an opening statement to give the hearing panel a brief summary, or you may proceed with your case in chief.
Very briefly, on or about February 15th, 2024, the respondent, while employed as a nurse at St. Dominic Hospital in Jackson, Mississippi, administered IV medication to the wrong patient. Respondent admitted that she scanned the medicine and armband, but also admitted that she overrode an error message before administering the medication. Accordingly, respondent was charged with 3 violations of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. And as such, we would ask that the board take any necessary disciplinary action it deems fit in this case. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Please state your name and current place of employment for the record.
Tawanda Jones, the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Okay, and where you, I was about to say, where you currently employed, what do you do for the Board of Nursing?
I'm an investigator,
And how long have you worked for the board?
7 years.
Okay, so you're familiar with the investigative process, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And are you familiar with cause number 2024-0193?
yes.
Okay. If you would please turn your attention to page 2 and identify this document for the record.
Page 2 is nursing information for the respondent.
Okay. And when was the respondent first licensed in Mississippi?
June 18th, 2009.
Okay. And licensed as
She's licensed as an RN, a registered nurse.
okay. And if you would please turn to what's marked as MSBN 14 and identify that document for the record.
MSBN 14 is the 3rd notice of hearing.
Okay. And would you please turn now to page 15?
Okay.
And identify that document.
This is the complaint for the respondent.
Okay. Will you please read the charges against the respondent?
Yes. Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person's under the licensee's care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, namely violating confidentiality of information or knowledge concerning the patient.
Okay. And are there charges or facts to support the charges stated therein?
Yes.
Would you please summarize the facts for the board?
On February 15th, 2024, and while employed at St. Dominic's Hospital, the respondent administered IV medication to the wrong patient. A family member is the person that discovered that the medication was in error. So she spoke with the respondent, and the respondent admitted that she scanned the armband for the medicine, but she also admitted that she overrode the safety preventions within the system. And she ignored the message before administering the medicine. Their photos showed that the IV bag that was administered to patient ET was potassium chloride, and the bag was clearly labeled with the name and date of birth of patient HR.
Okay. And what, if anything else, do you notice in the complaint against the respondent?
The patient in the summary part, the initial for the patient is ET.
Okay.
But ET, that's her middle initial and her last name, but her first initial is M.
So just for clarification purposes, the patient is under MT for her patient record or patient information?
That's correct.
Now turn to page 20 and identify that record. excuse me,
Okay.
that document for the record.
Page 20 is the corrective action form for the respondent.
Okay, and if you would please read under the description of the infraction/violation section, please.
Yes, employee has violated policy PR 108-014 HIPAA privacy and security breach, disciplinary sanctions, and mitigation level 2 violation of disclosure PHI of another patient per compliance.
Okay, and would you also please read the supporting details of the violation?
Yes, the supporting details are on February 15th, 2024, Mars administered IV fluids to a patient that another patient's label on. The family member noted it and it was for another patient and questioned the nurse, the respondent regarding it.
Okay. Turn with me to page 21 and identify that document, please.
Page 21 is a coaching documentation log.
Okay. Will you read the information listed under the issue discussed column and the action plan, please?
Okay, this document is for the respondent. It is dated February 15th, 2024. The issue discussed, Mars hung an IV solution on a patient with another patient's label on it. Family noted the error. Mars admitted to ignoring the warning on the rover. So 2/15/2024, the action plan was, please slow down, pay attention to rover warnings.
Okay. Now turn with me to page 22 and identify this information.
Page 22 is dated for 2/15/2024 for the respondent, and the shift that she worked was 7A to 7P, and the list of patients that she was responsible for are listed on this document.
Okay, and is patient MT is also on this list, correct?
Yes, patient MT is on this list.
Okay, now please turn with me to page 24 and identify that document.
Page 24 is a time card for the respondent for the month of February.
Will you please read the entries on 2/15/24?
Okay, for 2/15/2024 at 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. is her schedule. She clocked in at 6:12 a.m., clocked out at 2:45 p.m., clocked back in at 3:00 p.m., and clocked out at 7:09 p.m.
So what does this shift chart reflect?
That the respondent worked on that particular day from 7 to 7 p.m.
Now, that we were given a lot of medical records, so I want to turn your attention to page 98. Will you identify this document for the record, please?
Page 98 is a medical record for the patient, and it lists the medications.
Okay, and just for record purposes, it was patient
MT.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you notice about this chart?
If you look at the bottom of the chart, you will see the ordering physician for the potassium phosphate. You will see the date that it was ordered and the time that it was ordered by the physician for the patient.
Okay.
On page 98.
Okay, will you please read that order? Actually, turn with me to page 99 and read the top of that page.
Page 99 of this MAR, you see so the continuation of that is on 2/15/2024.
Okay.
And you see that the respondent all the way to the right is a person that gave the IV medication on 2/15/2024 for the patient.
Okay, so the order given by the doctor was performed by the respondent.
That's correct.
Now turn with me to page 84 and identify that document.
Page 84 is a section from the medical record for the patient.
Okay, and will you please summarize this document?
Basically what this document is, this is a note made by the physician for the patient. And he's saying that patient and family are very upset and angry. He talks about the patient had lab work that caused him, it was a low phosphorus, so he ordered potassium phosphate IV. And it appeared that the nurse by mistake started the patient on potassium chloride. Thankfully, the patient's daughter came in, noticed it, and it was stopped.
So the patient's daughter reviewed the IV and noticed another patient's healthcare information?
That's correct. There was
Okay.
another patient's name and date of birth on the medication that was hung for the patient.
Okay, so based on your review of the record, do you believe that it adequately substantiates the charges alleged against the respondent?
Yes.
No further questions.
Board members, panel have any questions for the witness?
See where the license of the respondent was issued in 2009. Do we know if there's been any other investigations into this nurse since 2009, or is this the respondent's only?
Yes, I believe if we flip to, yes, there's no discipline. It is on MSBN page 4, no discipline.
So this is the only time that this is coming, this nurse is coming forth from the board?
Yeah.
And on page 20, it looks like they had a corrective action plan that was done with the facility, and the nurse got a written warning, correct? Okay. Who
Answering questions on your
Go ahead.
behalf.
Well, yeah. How did this come before the board? Was this facility, did the facility send this in?
The facility, if I believe right, yes. Another investigator worked this case, is no longer here, but I do believe it was a.
It was a facility report. Okay. Looking at the record, it's, there's a lot of records in here. Was my understanding right now is that the medication was, the patient was not supposed to receive this 40 milliequivalents of potassium. Is that correct?
Not at this particular moment that, the doctor looked at the lab work and saw that the potassium was, let me go back and make sure I read that right.
A patient that received the medication incorrectly.
Right. It was supposed to receive the pages.
Oh, I have it.
Uh,
It would be page 92. 92. Well, no, 98 is the order.
Well, on the corrective action, he talks about the corrective action on page 84. The physician talks about, it says about midways in that full paragraph on there. It says, as per lab work, patient had a low phosphorus, so I ordered potassium phosphorus IV.
Got it. Reads, patient had low phosphorus, so ordered potassium phosphate IV. It appears that the nurse by mistake started the patient on potassium chloride. Okay. Thank you.
One question. On count 3. Information violating confidentiality of information or knowledge concerning the patient.
That is the family member who recognized that that was not her family member. Looking at the IV, looking at the IV bag and the patient identifiable information.
the label on the bag.
Correct. That
had
had,
a different patient's name.
correct.
And a different date of birth.
Yes.
That's the only information that was shared.
But that's all that they
That
reported to us.
Anybody have any other questions? All right. You could-
I tender the witness and I rest.
If you would, you can make a closing statement.
Yes. Just briefly, we believe that we've proven by clear and convincing evidence that the respondent is guilty of the charges as outlined. She violated, sections of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. And, we ask this board panel to render any discipline, it deems appropriate in this set of circumstances. Thank you.
This will conclude the hearing in the matter of case number 2024-0193. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go in closed session to determine whether executive session is needed.
I make a motion again.
All in favor? Any opposed? At this time, we're in closed session. I'd like to have a motion to go into executive session for purposes of deliberation on this matter to determine the guilt or innocence with regard to the charges pending and pursuant to 2541-74D. I have a motion.
I make it.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? We're now in executive session and the board will deliberate. 3 involving licensee R882777. The board's decision was unanimous. The board hearing panel, they found based on clear and convincing testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing that the licensee was guilty of all charges. The hearing panel hereby imposes no discipline. That concludes the hearing. Does that conclude all the hearings? I believe we have one more on the schedule today and it's continued.
That concludes the hearings for today. We do have a board order that needs to be signed in the Johnson.
In the earlier matter?
Yes.
About the immediate suspension?
Yes.
Okay. Board will do that one. All right. Otherwise, a motion to adjourn?
Nancy said you made the motion?
Yeah, I'll make some-